immediately. This is an administrative hearing being held pursuant to Indiana Code 6-1.1-1-1. Written notice of this hearing was mailed to the petitioner to let them know that this hearing was set for February 24th, 2026 at 9 o'clock in the morning in Goshen, Indiana. This hearing is being held in the matter of petition number 20-026-25-0-5-00112 regarding parcel number 20-02-26-302-010.000-026. My name is Mike Settles, and I am a member of the Elkhart County Property Tax Assessment Board of Appeals, and I have two other voting members with me today, and they are,
Iverson Grove. Harrison Haynes.
for the record, would the petitioner please state your name aloud? And for the record, would the county's representative please state your name aloud?
Kylan Miller.
In order for us to take seriously and to take into account your testimony and evidence, we need to know that you're like telling the truth about it. So I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand and to swear or affirm that all of the testimony you give today, the evidence you present, just anything you lead us to believe today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you very much. We are addressing assessment year 2025 today. Is that correct, both parties?
Correct.
I am going to, usually I read from the Form 130, Section 2 for the reasons given, but previous to the meeting, I asked the petitioner when he gives his testimony to address the reasons written there. Kathy, our recording secretary, can you read into the record the evidence that's been submitted today?
I have a packet from the respondent, county assessor. It contains a property record card for 2025, photos, and then communication information. There's a Form 113, copies of email, MLS sheets, and a sales bid. And I have no physical exhibits from the petition.
Mr. Blodgett, did you receive the articles that Kathy just read into the record?
Yes, I didn't get the one that you asked me to read off. I don't think
That's
it wasn't in my packet.
filled out. Okay, but you can refresh your memory. Okay, all of that stuff is read into the record. Ty, I'm inviting you to come up and to give us the county's side of it, okay, please? There was discussion, just casual discussion, earlier about power lines, and I don't know if that's what has anything at all to do with an abnormal obsolescence factor of 7% that I read on the property record card. Do you know anything about that?
I will touch on that
Thank
when
you.
I get to that portion of it, which will be here rather quickly. Okay, board, we are dealing with a 2025 assessment appeal. The original assessment that was on the Form 11 was $297,500. However, you'll see in one of my exhibits that was corrected and lowered. So the assessment which we have before us today is actually $278,400. That was executed on a Form 113, and then that was subsequently appealed. That 113 was mailed in May of 25, so almost in conjunction with the Form 11, but the value before you today is the 278,400. Going to Exhibit 1, you'll notice that's the property record card. I'll flip to the back side of it because that's where Mr. Settles brought up. On the line item at the base of the card where it says Summary of Improvements, as you work your way from left to right on the residential dwelling in the lower right-hand corner, and for the petitioner's sake, on the back side if you want. We're gonna be talking about that. That's 7. Mr. Settles noticed the 7% adjustment. That is, it's under the abnormal obsolescence line. That is actually a result of the 2024 appeal being carried forward into 25 with a small increment for trending and sales occurring. So there's not a place where in Indiana where market value and use state. So if in an appeals process, all the data appears to be correct, To the best of the assessor's ability, that is the only field that allows us to provide a market adjustment downward. So if you look at his neighboring properties, you're not going to find that adjustment. It's not a 7% for like that whole neighborhood. That was an isolated adjustment for the subject based on the 24 appeal being carried forward. It is not due to the power lines. Exhibit 2 is MLS listing photos from the subject's listing in 2023, just so you get a picture of what the house was when they purchased it. I will provide a little bit of testimony and what it looks like now, but in 2023, these are listing photos. As you can tell, the upstairs and even the listing itself described the upstairs was, the floors were relatively new and such. The downstairs had not been updated in a while. Of course, you can see that from the photos. Exhibit 3, honestly, board, that'll be where you're gonna find the brunt of a lot of the discussion. Mr. Blodgett has been an excellent taxpayer to communicate with, which is a rarity in the appeals process, so I appreciate that. I'll touch on a few things. I know Mr. Blodgett, time and time again, his main concern is the year-to-year appreciation of his taxes. Of course, the assessor cannot control the tax burden of things. The assessment may go up 10%, but your taxes could go down. It's all, it could be deduction related, could be referendums falling off. There could be the credit, which people are going to see on their tax bills this year as a result of SB1. So those all operate outside of the assessor's jurisdiction. That's touched on a little bit. You'll note, in the first email sent in July, I kind of touch on a listing even in the neighborhood. However, we did not provide that as like our sole stance, and that's elaborated on. As you work through this exhibit, I did highlight in yellow exhibits that follow. So like the Form 113, you'll see is Exhibit 3A that follows the communication records. There was a dialogue back and forth to where then I did grab some area sales in Oslo Township, just in and around this subject's area that would compete with it on the open market. I did also provide MLS listing sheets for all of these of which I was referencing. One of the things that is hard for us as homeowners to understand is when the market's appreciating, our assessment's going to appreciate. So the one Exhibit 3C is MLS sheets of homes that have sold twice in a given time frame. So as an example, let me grab one of those. There might be Exhibit 3B, apologies. They may be labeled incorrectly. They are in your packet though, 3B. So like 3125 East Bristol sold in August of 2023 for 179,500. And then subsequently sold about a year later, around 10 months later at 199. I did try to grab homes that, based upon their listings and based upon their interior photos of their evidence or their listing photos, did not have any significant upgrades. They may have had new paint, but no like overhauls of bathrooms and things of that nature. Again, 53603 West Spring Mill Drive. Sold for 300,000 in the middle of 2023, and then a year later sold for 320. Again, this is more or less just to help illustrate the point of the market appreciating. It's not necessarily to set a stance on the opinion of value for the subject property, but it was to illustrate that growth. And then there was another example on 1611 Genewood. I also provided a grid of sales, an unadjusted grid of sales of all the properties that fit the parameters that you see mapped out in the email dialogue back and forth. Again, this is an unadjusted. The average above grade, or the average finished square foot, 114. The median was 121, with the subject being around $80 a square foot. I think part of that and part of the sale of the subject was due to the dated nature of the basement was part of it. Obviously not all of it. I'll let the board read through all that in your deliberation. And if you have any questions, obviously I can answer them at the end. I did want to bring up and notice, because I always bring up the aerial photos, since the time of the purchase, You'll notice on the right-hand side board, if you look at the photo over here to the right, there has been a lot of, I would say, upgrading or overhauls to the exterior. The back porch, I know it's not in the photo, has been updated and such. So the we don't have an ability to know what was already updated 1/1 of 25 because we have a 23 aerial and a 25 aerial. So as far as we know, 1/1 of 25, it was still in the exact same condition as the date of purchase. Basement still needed the carpet replaced. The exterior was still in need of an overhaul. You'll notice the brickwork in the front has been removed. The roof may have been replaced. It looks like perhaps at least the shingles and the back porch. But as of 1/1 of 25, to the best of the assessor's ability, because we didn't have any reason to believe there was anything being done, we believe that the assessment is reflective. So the basement was in the same condition as the date of purchase. That's pivotal because obviously any of those upgrades would increase the market value in use. So we operated on extending the 24 appeal forward with a small adjustment for market. And to the best of our ability, we believe it is there. Based on what I've been observing in the market and based on the upgrades, I would assume, if anything, it's a little conservative to what it would actually get if it were to sell. 1/1 of 25.
Is that it?
I don't believe I have anything at this time.
I have a
Anything else?
question for you.
Yeah.
Okay. And I've known you all these years that I've been serving on PETA-BOA, and so the question's going to seem redundant,
Okay.
but I'm gonna ask it anyway. The purchase price of this property of 2023 was 267,500. Why do we not just go with that for the rest of the history of this property?
Because we're a market value in use state and we have assessment dates annually. So you'll actually know when the 2024 appeal was received, we actually did lower it to the sale price. There was only about a 6-month difference between the two, and we felt confidence that that sale price reflected better the market value in use, and the assessment was actually over assessing the property. However, each year, if the market real estate, I'll give you an example of if we were to be in a state where the sale price sets the assessment, they could also hinder taxpayers. In 2009, 2010, 2011, we saw a market crash and we saw assessments go down with them. If you froze it at the sales price, that would obviously hinder, which is one of the reasons why we went to a market value in use state. It's easily understood. People understand value. We've been buying things ever since the bookstore in elementary school. So market value in use is reasonably easy to capture and measure. So each year your assessment is going to get reviewed. It's going to get trended. We have to do sales ratio studies, which the whole purpose behind them is to try to take a mass appraisal approach to things and move with the market up or down. Is it perfect? No. And this is actually a great example of that given the sale and the 2024 appeal.
But that is state law.
It is state law, at least presently.
Anything else? Any other questions from board members?
When I was scanning through this, am I correct or incorrect? I thought it was talking about land used for agriculture.
I don't think either of us brought that up. Do you remember where you might have seen that, Harrison?
No, I just was just scanning real quick. Never mind then.
Okay. If you notice it before the end of the hearing, just be sure to point it out. I don't think me or Mr. Blodgett brought that up, but we may have. Who knows?
Okay.
Thank you. We may have questions later. Mr. Blodgett, we are all ears. We want to hear your testimony and, connect the dots of reason to your argument, and we're open to hearing it.
So what I wrote on the appeal was that the property was purchased for 267,500 in 2023. I think I was reading off of the original assessment, which went up to 297. And so my appeal was to the 297. And then we had discussed that in my original appeal, they had increased from the 267 the first year we purchased it to, is it 274 or 278 right now?
278.
2784 right now.
Let's see. That was the original, like you were saying.
Yep. Cool. So that was my original appeal, is that it could not have gone up in value that much in that short of a period. It could have, but based off of when I bought the house and I was the highest bidder out of a couple bidders, I just did not assume that the market would have gone up that much, especially with interest rates going up that much. Um, that was my appeal. After discussion, uh, I had said my biggest concern is not that we're off by 4,000 in value. It's that next year, based off of the fact that I appealed the first year, we're just going to jump right back up to 300. And so essentially, I'm just trying to stay on top of it. Where I'm okay with a 5% increase, but as far as like a 10% increase,
So you find the 278,400 acceptable?
270,
278,400?
4,000, it could be, but essentially my appeal was to just keep it at about increasing 3% a year.
Thank you.
And that's essentially, we looked over some area, exhibit 3C, as far as like comps for the area. And I know that the ones that they had highlighted were in the Pebble Creek neighborhood. And that neighborhood is obviously going to get a much better value than my neighborhood is. So based off of that, based off of Manor Estates, East Lake Estates, and that area, at the top of the list, those houses are getting much less per square foot, which kind of puts us in the same ballpark of 270.
This might sound redundant, but
Yeah.
for my notes, part of your argument is the comps that they've used, you're saying that you disagree with, they aren't really comparable.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, they're in the same general area, but Stone Creek, that neighborhood, all those houses are much nicer kept. They have an HOA. They're, the value of those. When I go to sell my house, my realtor is not going to pull comps from that neighborhood. They're going to pull comps from my neighborhood or East Lake, which at the very top, Delaney, Blairwood, Woodland, Salem, those are all in. They're not in my neighborhood, but they're in East Lake, so I would think those are more comparable by the square footage of what we could get for the house.
Anything else?
That's it.
Any questions from board members?
And
I thank you very much. Does the county have anything else to add?
Believe so.
If nobody has anything else to add or questions to ask regarding this appeal, then I declare this hearing adjourned. And I thank you very much for showing up.
Thank you.
Now, when I say I thank you for showing up, it's not a casual
We are at the 9 o'clock call for appeals on this February 24th, 2026. There are several petitioners who were scheduled for the 9 o'clock hearing that did not show for the 9 o'clock hearing. This is not a hearing, but we are proceeding with the conclusion of the appeals, and we'll take them one at a time. 9 o'clock, Jordan Beasley, assessor.
We did not find a substantiated reason for a reduction.
Then we will find this as a no show, no change. Harstein,
Harstein, we do have a slight reduction based upon land delineation of ag use. So we are proposing that. It goes from 103,600 down to 100,400.
is there a motion to accept?
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
That's accepted. Thank you. Eleanor Hill,
We did not find a substantiated reason for a reduction.
then we'll find that as a no show, no change. Paul,
We did not find a substantiated reason for a reduction.
we'll find that as a no show, no change. Irons Investment,
Same thing, we unfortunately did not find a reason for a reduction.
and we'll find that as a no show, no change. Thank you all. Oh, why don't you give us a little bit to look through? We got a lot of material to look at.
Okay, the microphones are on, the video is on. Audio.
Okay, we're recording. This is an administrative hearing being held pursuant to Indiana Code 6-1.1-1-1. Formal written notice of this hearing was mailed to the petitioner to let them know that this hearing was set for Tuesday, February 24th, 2026 at 10:30 in the morning in Goshen, Indiana. This hearing is being held in the matter of petition number 20-012-25-0-5-00116 regarding parcel number 20-06-03-201-009.000-012. My name is Mike Settles, and I am a member of the Elkhart County Property Tax Assessment Board of Appeals. There are two other voting members with me today, and their names are.
Iverson Grove,
Harrison Haynes,
For the record, would the petitioner's representative state your name aloud and state the names of the people you're representing?
Sweta for Dallas and Don Bergel.
And would the county's representative please state your name for the record?
Highland Miller.
In order for the board here to take seriously the testimony and evidence that you present, I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand and to swear or affirm that all the testimony, the evidence you proceed, just anything you tell us today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you very much. Just to make sure, we are discussing assessment year 2025. Is that correct, both parties?
Correct.
From the Form 130, the taxpayers notice to initiate an appeal, reason given, an increase of 22% is unfounded. Real estate in Elkhart does not see this kind of appreciation. Zillow sales or AVM support this decrease. You are, I can't read that, but I'm sure that the petitioner's representative will address these matters. The board believes that the basic idea is the petitioner believes that the assessed value is higher than market value in use. And so I'll have the county go first and present their case. Oh, before I get to that, Kathy, would you please read into the record the evidence that has been exchanged between parties?
From the petitioner's representative, we have a packet that contains information on the subject property and some photos. A page that lists comparable sales. And property record cards that I would assume are the ones listed as comparable sales. From the township, or county assessor, I'm sorry, we have a 2025 property record card. Photos of the subject, provided photos of the subject, comparable model, communications, pictures of the computers. Number 7 is the mortgage, subject, historical photos, and another listing for 312 East Jackson.
But have you received the county's evidence?
I have, however, this is the first I'm seeing some of these pieces of evidence. And so I'm going to request that we have a continuance so that I have time to review these.
We'll get into that. The county, have you received evidence from the petitioner?
Yes, I received the packet.
Thank you very much. We will go forward then. Ty, would you please come forward and give the county's side of it?
All right, board. Bear with me and apologies for the chicken scratches on exhibit 7, 8, and 9. As I've informed Beth, this has been a in progress review, seeing as how this was not in the jurisdiction of our county until just months ago. Exhibit 1 is the property record card for the year which is before you today for 2818 East Jackson. The assessed value which is before us is $690,400.
Right.
I will probably go back and reference the backside of the PRC. However, please note that we show that the subject property had an initial year built in 1920 with an effective age of only 1945. And I say only because, as you'll see, and hopefully in my opinion is proven, that is dramatically underrepresenting the property. But I'll get into that. Exhibit 2 is merely some overhead views, pictometry and such for the subject property so you can associate yourself. This is on the north side of East Jackson Boulevard in Concord Township. And it does have, it's along the river there. Exhibit 3, these were photos that were not in the possession of the assessor's office. These were provided by Beth in email. You'll note it's 4 pictures. The one photo appears to be of a portion of the kitchen. The second photo appears to be, I believe it might be the enclosed expansion of the one side of the property. to the south side by the river. You can see where the fireplace is on the TV as I point up there. I believe that's where it is. Picture 3 is, it appears to be in a similar type room, if not the same room, facing the fireplace. And then subject photo number 4 is of the exterior. Exhibit 4 is a working multiple regression model with a large assumption. And I say assumption because in the emails, which is Exhibit 5, you'll note that Ms. Sweet is the only one who's toured the property. I have not stepped foot in it, nor has anybody from the Elkhart County office. The assumption that these are all of similar quality and condition was made, so no adjustments for any of that nature. As I'll illustrate, I believe that should be highly questioned, and you may choose to not place any weight on Exhibit 4. That's entirely up to you. This model does not, it does yield to other adjustments that the multiple regression model pulls from. It did not make any frontage adjustments, just so you know. The subject property has approximately 174 feet of frontage along the river. The other 3 comparables have 98, 60, and 80, which we all know frontage along a waterway typically is a driving force. So that is conservative, if nothing else, in that model. So assuming that the quality and construction grade and everything is equal, not making an adjustment for frontage. Beth did point out that there is no time adjustment. So comp 1 and comp 3 did sell after the assessment date. So there could be some consideration for a backward trend, seeing as how the real estate market has appreciated pretty much over the last decade or so. And that'll be a pivotal piece to remember moving into future exhibits. Exhibit 5 was merely given to you like normal. Any correspondence that's communicated between the petitioner and our office is in here. There were some additional emails that at the time of printing this document occurred after the fact. If the board wishes or they believe it would be should be provided weight or whatever, I can produce those, or Beth can, both of us were in that, but it ends with the discussion of the snapshot and how I believe a reduction might be warranted. However, I'll explain the might later, and I state that in the email because as I've delved into this, I've discovered that this property is not necessarily what I assumed it was. Not entirely. And I believe that the petitioner also probably would disagree with the property record card given some of the evidence. Exhibit 6, these are the MLS photos for the 3 comparables used in the multiple regression model of exhibit, I don't want to misquote, exhibit 4. 2726 East Jackson Boulevard. They do go in the order as they were presented on exhibit 4. There's interior photos for most of these comparables. Again, these were fairly recent listings, so these photos are probably indicative as to what is present. 1048 East Jackson Boulevard, again, that one is a relatively timely recent MLS. The one that I would just make sure there's a note of, on page 13 of Exhibit 6 in the lower right-hand corner is where 3612 Gordon, that's comp 3, that's where those photos start. Just of note, there was no public listing. It was sold without having to list it at the recent 2025 sale. So those photos are from the 2017 sale. So I would say you can fairly confidently operate with those photos represent at least at minimum what is present. It may have changed after the fact, but just so you get a picture of what sold at that time in 2017, I think given the nature of the property and the use, it's likely at minimum the same, if not improved. However, we cannot substantiate that anything's been improved between the 2 sales. No permits or anything like that were noted. Exhibit 7 was pulled this morning. It's a 2021 mortgage document for the property in question. I do have a copy of the full mortgage if anybody would like it. I printed out 2 or 3 of those and I can provide those. the financed amount in 2021 by Inova Federal Credit Union was $808,200. I think given the questions of what was all overhauled and remodeled in the subject itself, and to ensure that the data is correct, whether or not the valuation opinion is relevant to today's opinion or today's assessment before you, it would be a crucial piece of evidence that I know I would love to see to make sure that we're representing the property correctly. I would make note that it did finance more than 6 figures over the assessment. Exhibit 8 is where, and I have some of these, I have one of the photos up on the screen that the petitioner or the representative and the board can see, but this document does multiple angles. So in 2009, you'll notice the property looked significantly different. Sometime between 2009 and 2013, the changes all occurred for the most part. The detached garage over basement was added. The custom stamped driveway was added. The expansion of the house, the pool, the bathhouse, all of that occurred. And you'll note in the photos, I give you a north and a south view of the subject property. Significant overhaul of the property occurred. I also provide you with the 2010 listing photos of the subject. That is in Exhibit 8 as well, pages 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Just so you get a reference point of what the property looked like then. And I would say, judging from the outside and the amenities and the few photos that we do have from the inside, I would assume that this home does not look like the 1920 time capsule it did in 2010. Exhibit 9, which I don't even believe I had time to write Exhibit 9 it's the one that has the realtor.com listing and then photos. Again, this is a current listing. So again, provide whatever weight, whether that be 0 or a lot of your choice. This is another property with a lot of frontage along East Jackson on the south side of the river, which is for sale right now. It has a little bit more square footage, but it doesn't have as much on the first floor. Detached garage. It does have a support building out that has a small finished area with a kitchenette and such. But again, if you look through these photos, which the board and the rep and the tax rep should have color photos of the inside, it is very dated. We're talking wallpaper from decades and decades ago. The carpet needs replaced, and yet they're asking 1.4. Let's make a $600,000 very aggressive adjustment for everything to the subject, and we're still basically at the subject's assessed value, or $500,000 adjustment, or even more. So I just do not have the confidence that we have a right representation of the property in and of itself. The property does not exhibit qualities looking at it from every angle. I assume that it is not a 1945 effective aged home. And I believe that the board will not see any evidence that indicates that the assessment of $690,400 is over assessing the property to market value and use, which is the question. And I do not have anything that I can substantiate that there's a non-subjective error on the property. However, that may come out in the testimony of the petitioner.
Question.
Yes.
Front of the property record card.
Yes, sir.
Purchase history. The code there is a TD. I know what a WD is, okay?
Mhm.
But what's a TD?
It was a tax sale. So it was a trustee's deed filled out by Lake City at the time. If you'd like, I can get you a copy of that sales disclosure.
No, I understand fully.
But it was a trustee's deed. Yep.
Okay, thank you. Anything else? Any other questions from board members? All right, thank you very much. Beth, why don't you come on up and give us the taxpayer side of the story here? And before you do, the president of the board, Beth, upon my question, did she receive the evidence from the county? She said yes, but she would like time, I believe, to review that. And we know that Beth, we won't call you back, but we can receive information. But I'm going to let our president.
I'm going to defer till we've.
Okay, all right, thank you. Beth, why don't you come on up?
Thank you, everyone. This petitioner originally filed this appeal on his own and then later on um, hired me to step in. So I submitted a power of attorney to the county assessor's office so that I could start communicating with him on this. One of the things that the petitioner shared with me is that, yes, he purchased it, and yes, he did do extensive remodeling on it. But the cost that he's put into it is not close to what the current assessed value is, even with adjusting for market adjustments. The exhibit that I'm having trouble with, and I really need to review with the client, is the mortgage document. He had also shared with me that while there was a mortgage, I mean, he volunteered this information, and having this in my hand this morning is a surprise to me. But he already volunteered the information that there were other assets included in this mortgage that had nothing to do with the real estate. So the reason I'd like to continuance is so that I can document what those assets were and quantify what part of it was, if that's even possible, because
I-
there was no appraisal done at this time.
I do like your explanation. You preempt my question to you is what specific information was brand new to you?
Yeah,
And if you're saying that that mortgage included the house and on whatever else,
yeah,
yes, we would like to know what other else.
yes.
Can you do it in 10 days?
Probably. I'd have to check with the taxpayer.
Okay,
If I check with him and he doesn't think he can get it in 10 days, because he's in and out of towns a lot,
okay.
I would request a little more time if
Well,
that's possible.
let's go with 20 days.
Okay,
Now, if there's an issue with the 20 days, you get a hold of Ty, you guys will work it out, okay? So
Okay.
I'll make a motion that I'll allow us 20 days to identify clarification on the mortgage.
I'll second.
Those in questions, comments, those in favor?
Aye.
okay,
My request is this.
Yes.
It may seem obvious, but when you do get that information, I would prefer not just a listing of personal property or whatever it was, but some evidence that that was included.
Yeah.
But-
and I'm not promising that he'll turn that over.
Yeah.
It could contain some confidential information, but I will certainly try, and I'll do the best detailed evidence and document it as well.
Thank you.
Beth.
Yes. The other piece of information that I am just now receiving is this listing. I have no idea anything about this house. Of course, something can be listed. That doesn't mean that's what it's going to sell for.
I'm
Um,
gonna go out on a limb here because I don't know how these other guys do that. That listing, I assign no weight to. I'm interested in what happened in the past.
Yeah, me too.
Board, how do you weigh in on that?
I'd be interested in the past.
Pardon, are you interested in that document or not? I'm not.
Yes,
You are?
yes.
Michael?
Um,
I mean, you're asking for a document that I personally am gonna assign no weight to, but you guys have to make up your own mind.
Well, I feel it's gonna give me some indication of what the past was and what the present is.
But this listing is from the future.
Yeah, it hasn't sold yet.
Hmm.
It's just up for sale right now.
Well, no, that's different because we don't know what's gonna be the future.
I think what he's saying is it's not relevant to us.
Yeah, I agree.
I agree.
Okay.
And then the only other thing that I'd like to see a little more quantification of from Exhibit 4, where the different adjustments are made from the sales that we used. I'd also like to see a few more sales used in this market aggression analysis. Some of these adjustments on here, I'm not sure where those figures are coming from, particularly yard items and particularly basement finish. If you notice, for example, the subject has 962 square feet of finish. And let's take comparable number 2, 1048 Jackson has 300 square foot of finish. Yet the adjustment is an upwards of $30,000 for basically 600 square feet of finish. That just stuck out to me. And then also the pool and the shed, that the very bottom.
Yeah, excuse me.
Yes.
While we're on that subject, okay? Because my simple mind will start confusing a few things here.
Okay,
Ty, this last comment that she made, I want you to comment on it before I make a motion one way or the other. You know, about additional support for your adjustments. Okay, well, yeah, you might say, gee, I did a wonderful job. You might say, yes, I'm happy to do that. I want to hear from you when you get back up under rebuttal.
okay.
Yep, go
I
ahead.
mean, that's just about it. I just question a lot of these line items, especially the yard items, where those numbers are coming from. It's not from the Indiana Assessment Manual. I can't pinpoint where how those numbers were quantified in the data. So that was one thing that I had asked Ty for and hadn't really received an answer on. And then I would also just ask that we include, since if comp number 3 was not marketed, perhaps that shouldn't even be used. I'm not sure. I didn't know it wasn't marketed when we began talking about it. So now we're only looking at 2 sales comps to come up with the subject values per sales comparison.
I'm personally
So-
hesitant to ask the other side to produce evidence that they chose not to present or that they chose to present. It's our job to weigh it, whether or not we want to place weight on it or not.
Okay.
So my opinion is that we're going to pass on that request.
On what request?
The last one about that last clarification of one of the comps.
Okay. I'm not sure I understand you.
Well, you were saying you didn't like that one comparable that he used and that you would like it reconsidered. And I'm saying that I can make the judgment whether or not I want to consider it or not.
Okay. I get you. Yep. I understand. Okay. And I mean, right now, that's all that I have, other than to say, I mean, our documents that I had provided did use some, average price per square foot of what they're selling for at around $200 a square foot. It's assessed for about $213 right now. So we're just asking that be used, a average square foot sale price be applied to the subject property.
And that
So
the average,
that's-
that's the average square foot of the comparables that you
Right,
gave. Thank you.
right. Yep.
So Beth, and I understand you have 20 days to have some other information brought to us. You can have time to look that over. I'm just going to ask the question, if you're prepared today to give us a figure of what you believe the assessed value should be.
Yeah, it should be on the front page of my, I think it was like 613,000. I don't have my actual
okay.
paper in front of me.
That's all right. That's it. Okay.
616,000.
16, yeah.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
On your paper that you prepared for the cover sheet.
There it is.
First of all, I would say, you say that the cost tables were increasing in 2020. Cost tables till 2026.
Oh, I saw a difference between the base prices between 24 and 25.
Cost tables were updated in 26. I don't think there was any change to our cost table in 25.
I actually think Beth may be correct. I'm pulling up the 24 card right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
That might be what you're grabbing.
Yes, I'm grabbing the 24 card, and there is a difference in the total base cost between 24 and 25.
And then on the front sheet, the proposed value, you say 616,930 based on an average sale price of 191.67. Yet just a moment ago, you said 200.
I'm sorry, I misspoke.
So which is it, the 191?
The 191. Yes,
And then you have 3 sales here that you have listed. And without making any adjustment to the sale, to the dissimilarities between these and the subject property, you've made no adjustment to your price. So you've just, 3 sales come up with a median price
that's correct.
without making any adjustment.
That's correct. One of the things that I'm trying to describe here is that there's a disconnect between the cost tables being updated and the neighborhood factor not being updated. And when those neighborhood factors are created, they're based on what? Ratio studies? And there are no adjustments between ratio studies and assessed value versus, I'm simply illuminating between assessed value and sale prices in a neighborhood. So I'm not really trying to make adjustments for like what Ty did. My approach is a little bit different. I'm trying to challenge that neighborhood factor based on these sale prices.
Other questions?
And do you propose a different neighborhood factor?
I'm- I can. I can look at, I have all the lists, all the sales prices.
You must have some kind of evidence to show.
I don't have that in front of me, Kathy, but I'm surely, if you request that, I'm sure I can definitely put that put that document together as well.
It sounds like it would help your argument.
Yeah.
You make,
So I can get that document together as well and have that into you within the 20 days too.
I move that the board allows that as well as the previous
is there a
information.
second?
Second.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Is that it?
I think that's it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Ty, is there any clarification of anything that you'd like to make?
Oh, there is from, I had a question to him.
No, he's working.
Mr. Grove, can you provide your question again, just make sure I understand it correctly?
If I can find it through all my notes.
I can remember what it was.
I think he was asking for better, what were you asking for, Beth?
The basis of our adjustments, is that the brief summary of what?
Yeah, where those numbers are coming
Mhm.
from, data that it's based on.
Sure.
Are you okay with that?
Yeah.
All right,
I mean, I can't provide the work file of the
I understand.
of,
Yeah,
of
this
the
is-
multiple regression analysis. However, so the multiple regression analysis was pulled directly from marketed sales,
Okay.
isolating what could be isolated by above grade square footage, below grade square footage, basement finish, and age. We were not able to delineate, at least at the time. I say we only because I was part of the company that developed that at the time when I was private. However, I don't have any understanding specifically to this model before you at this
Yeah,
time.
no objection, and I'll place the motion for that. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
What would you like?
Your clarification on your adjustments.
Oh, gotcha. So it is pulled from, it is pulled
I don't
from.
need it now. You got 20 days.
Okay.
Same 20 she has.
There seems to be a moment of confusion, Di. I think Iverson is asking for some paperwork that shows your calculations of some kind. And I think that you were thinking that you were explaining it now. Is there,
I will make the request for it. I don't know if we'll get the working file. It's kind of like when we request an appraiser to defend theirs and we don't get copies of their work file, but
right?
I will let it be known. Absolutely.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Any other questions from board members? Kathy,
Mm.
is that it, Ty? Thank you.
Are we doing any closing comments?
You may.
Yeah,
My only observation is, so, I came into this a little later than the petitioner's representative. She said that they voluntarily provided there was a mortgage. I find that as a significant piece of evidence that's unbiased in nature that should have been brought forth. I understand there might be personal property involved in it. That's not uncommon. I struggle with the good faith gesture of that not coming forth. It took me to uncover it this morning at 7 a.m. It seems a little, I question it is all, in good faith. I had a tax representative one time say that's one of the first questions they ask, and it's one of the first pieces of evidence he'll provide because it's not bias. It's not us, it's not the rep, it's a third party. Which is why I would politely request that I think even above just an explanation of it, a copy of the appraisal would be significant. We can even redact the personal property information, of course, and we're protected by the confidentiality. If there's any income statements in that report, it has to be redacted. It can't be part of the public record or read into the record. So I'll request that.
Thank you.
Can I respond?
Please.
You will have the last word today. Paragraph will do.
I had mentioned before that there was no appraisal done. And the only reason I didn't bring that forward is because of the complex nature of that mortgage. It didn't have relevance to the, just the real estate itself. So it would have been a biased document. It didn't have any significant relevance. There was no appraisal done. There were other things involved in that financing. So it really wasn't a relevant document to bring forward. That's why it wasn't.
Any other questions? Seeing none or hearing none, then I declare this hearing adjourned, and I thank everybody involved.
Thank you, Beth.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ty.
Now that the hearing is adjourned, are we still recording?
Hang on.
We are proceeding with our.
Thank you, everyone. Bye. See you time. Thank
We're
you.
proceeding with our 10:30 appointments on February 28th in the tax appeal hearings. We have two petitioners that did not show for this session. This is not a hearing, but we would like to conclude, that their appeal. The first one is HNC LLC. I need to ask the assessor, whatever comments they have on this property.
This is a hotel. We did research, both.
HNC?
Oh, I apologize. I was on SRI. HNC is a income producing property. It is leased. We requested numerous times copy of the income so we could derive the income approach. It was not provided. There was nothing else that we could do to substantiate a decrease.
So we will read this as a no-show and no change. The second one before us is Sri Vinasha.
That
Which is the hotel. Go ahead.
Yeah, that is the hotel. This one transacted on the market at a questionable amount of $7.5 million plus. It's assessed at 5.2. Our hotel model illustrates that it is indicative of what the market is showing. We have a copy of the mortgage and such. We did not get the actual income provided to us to test that, so we were unable to substantiate anything.
So what are you saying?
We are saying no change.
And without the evidence from the petitioner, we would have to read that as a no-show and no change. Thank you, Ty. If he tells us to go, we'll go.
Are the mics on?
Am I like, yep. Okay. Okay, this is the afternoon session of the tax appeal hearings for February 24th. We are not having hearings this afternoon, but we are having conclusions of the appeals. The reason for no hearing is that the petitioner in each case has failed to show to present a case to us. So to begin with, we have Brandon. And our first case will be Abigail Lockmondy. Do you have any comments on this one at all?
No, we didn't find anything that would show a reduction was warranted.
Thank you. So we'll read Lockmondy as a no show, no change. Willis,
That one, the market analysis did show a reduction was warranted to 310,600,
from,
319,900.
why,
What?
why?
Market analysis.
Okay. Is there a motion to accept that?
So moved.
Second.
Those in favor say
Aye.
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 Sawyer,
That one, market analysis, showed that there was no reduction warranted.
okay, so that will be read as a no show, no change. Perfect. Okay,
Which one would you like first, sir?
we're gonna do, by our agenda, it would be Galbraith.
Okay. Galbraith is a reduction.
Okay,
Turn these sideways. Reduction in two ways. Original value was $197,000. Put it down to 190. There is a model that shows a value of 194, but further inspection and going over with the supervisors, we dropping that grade down from a C2 to a C1 yields 190. So
okay, so
we're
you
gonna
have
yield
both
to that.
market analysis and
And a data
observed-
change.
and observed grade change.
Yes, sir.
Okay, is there a motion to accept that?
So moved.
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
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 Thank you.
Recording secretary. My records show we're doing 23 and 24.
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
Same number?
No, I apologize. 23 is 197 to 190. 24 is 218,900 to 200 even.
There a motion to accept that?
So moved.
Hey, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
So-
Thank you. Okay, Matrix.
Okay. Oh, there you go.
So for the board's sake, Matrix, we do have a request for a reschedule and we'll let you decide. These were 3 parcels that were appealed by Matrix Properties, Inc. Email communication occurred April 10th of 24. 134s were first mailed in December of 24. Subsequent 134s were mailed in 25. A call was placed on April 8th of 25, and none of these were ever responded to. Today, a few hours ago before lunch, we did get a call to request a reschedule. So it's up to the board's decision on whether that should be granted or not.
You believe a further resolution will occur if we do this?
We are of the no change stance, seeing as how it's support parcels associated with a subject property. The landowner is being applied to these vacant parcels. All of them no longer exist in the future, except for one that is in a separate taxing district.
And you have made repeated attempts to reach a resolution.
We have attempted not necessarily a resolution if you see that as a reduction, but yes, resolve the appeals and explain to the taxpayer. Yes.
Okay. Is there any motion from the board to accept the reschedule or to reject the reschedule?
I'm tending to want to reject it because look, on what I'm hearing Ty say, there's enough opportunity. They look like they just asked for an appeal just off the cuff, really not serious about it.
Is there support?
I'm with him.
Okay. Those in favor of not granting an extension at this point in time and reading it as a no show no change, please say aye.
Aye.
That carries. Thank you. Okay, Kraus.
We unfortunately did not find any substantiated reason for a reduction in the Kraus appeal.
Then that will be read as a no show and no change. Assessor's office, thank you.